All right, welcome back, everybody. Let me get the light correct, right? All right, welcome back. My name's Enigma. I'm a variety streamer, Twitch, Twitter, Kick, YouTube, and Rumble. As we get started today, do me a small favor. Go ahead and smash the follow button on all those platforms, whichever one you're on right now. Twitch, Twitter, Kick, Rumble, subscription on YouTube. All that crap is free. Helps me grow. It's my good housekeeping. I have to get bigger. I am striving to get bigger, and I need your help with that. Because right now, in particular on YouTube, I have been as stagnant can be. So I really need your help and assistance with that. It's free, and it'll really help. If you're on YouTube, if you're on Rumble, you can also smash that like. You can also share, let people know that I'm here. That would help me as well. And we're playing Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. Right now, we're just kind of doing a little bit of power leveling here as we are moving to get into the arena. I looked at some of the stuff it said for the arena, and level-wise, we're good. But I think we might be missing some specific items or something that they're saying we should have. We were very close to doing that last guy. So, hopefully, we won't be far off of whooping his ass. And then that second guy, the Lord of Destruction or whatever, that guy. Ooh. We are Enigma's leveled 86. There's 80. Yeah, we're moving on up. Wheeze it. We are strong enough to where we really don't need to, you know, where the fights are all easy right here with these guys. We could always run into a battle with them and fight them, but it takes longer and drains resources. This is actually much easier to do. To do it this way. I think that's magical mending is what that Therapusis seed does. But we're getting over 900 on average per hit here, so that's per character too. So we are actually in pretty good shape as far as the leveling system goes. We don't. It's not taking a lot of time to level up a character. Look, we've already knocked her down 30,000 experience points. Didn't take very long, so we're all good in the hood, guys. We're all good. Let's do it. Let's do it. So yeah, I always try to take advantage of little grinding spots when I can. This is a very good spot. We've maxed out all the vocations, so we don't really have to worry about worrying about job points because we've maxed all those out. But the experience level is where we're looking at now. And of course, this is one of the most influential game series of all time. If you've never heard of Dragon Quest, first of all, you know, welcome to gaming. Second of all, Dragon Quest was one of the first real video games to really combine the text-based fighting of role-playing games from earlier games and putting it with graphics. I know it's not the first. We still had, you know, Ultima and things like that, but Ultima, it can be a very technical experience. And I've said for a long time, the biggest difference between PC games and console games is that PC games tend to be more, and I don't mean this to sound bad, they're more like simulations. They want you to go and eat and go to bed at night and all that, like a real life. And JRPGs, Japanese role-playing games, just aren't that way for the most part. They're more about the grind. They're more about the adventure. They're more about the characters and the story. I don't like using the word fun to describe it, but it's a much more streamlined experience than a PC game usually. At least back in the 80s and 90s when you're looking at role-playing games back then. Again, Ultima, I will not argue at all that Ultima is one of the most influential games ever. Abso-frickin-lutely. But it is, while they're both role-playing games, Dragon Quest is a much more streamlined experience, much easier to get into, much less steep of a learning curve. There's a level up, see? That was one run right there and got her up to 81. That means Ruff is right around the corner, yep. So, easy stuff. Of course, this is the remake. The Reimagined one came out a couple weeks ago on major modern consoles and PC. This is the PlayStation 5 version of the game. Originally, it was on the PlayStation 1. I do own a copy of Dragon Warrior 7 on the PlayStation 1. That's what it was called. Same game, but they entered a lot of things into this to improve the experience. To be completely fair, but they really have been around a while with Dragon Quest. Almost 40 years Dragon Quest has been around. I believe this year it'll be the 40th anniversary of it. I would love to see them... There's a level up for Ruff. I would love to see them pop off with a remake of Dragon Quest VIII, Journey of the Cursed King. I would love to see them... I've been thinking a lot about this lately, and I really do look at it like this. I look at games being very important for preservation, and something that we have not had a lot of, because we've been talking about physical versus digital, and I'm a big physical media holder. I love physical media. It is definitely my thing. I really want that to... I love physical media. I really do, because that's the only way you really can protect yourself from companies taking advantage of you. Okay, multi-billion-dollar corporations. I don't care who they are. I don't care what they're selling. Never have your best interests in mind. Nintendo is going to do a Nintendo Direct here for Nintendo Treehouse coming up here in the next couple months, where they're going to show off Mario and Zelda or whatever the hell they're going to bring out, and people are going to swoon over it and go nuts and go, "Oh, Nintendo, you're going to treat me right." Nintendo doesn't care. Neither does Sony, neither does Microsoft, neither does Valve. None of them do, and that is more. That should be like smacking you in the face with obviousness to realize that they do not care, and their whole thing is making sure they can get as much money out of you as humanly possible. So, digital distribution does not protect your rights as a physical copy holder. It's it's just that they don't really care. They're looking to maximize their profits. They're looking to maximize everything. That's why you have companies out there like Ubisoft. You know, Ubisoft is kind of the poster child of shitty game companies out there right now. Congratulations, Ubisoft, for wrestling that away from EA and Activision, even though Activision is now a division of Microsoft. It's just that they're going to do what they can to make sure that your experience is as monetized for them as much as humanly possible. The way they're going to do that is they're going to wrestle away any sort of rights you might have as a physical copies holder. They don't want you having physical copies of your games because they want to be able to remove them at will and remaster or whatever and make you buy them again. And there needs to be some sort of regulation on these game companies. I would really love to see us here in the States, which will never happen here, but Europe or someone say, look, if you're going to sell the license rights to a video game or a movie or a television show or music, you have to guarantee access to that piece of entertainment in perpetuity. You can't just remove it. Now, I understand that they can't sell it if it's a dedicated IP. For instance, I've got a copy of Jurassic Park coming, the Jurassic Park games from the NES, SNES, and Genesis coming. That's a licensed IP. It's being delisted on March 31st. I get that you won't be able to buy copies of that anymore. If I had bought it digitally, and it's on sale big time digitally right now, I should always have the rights to buy that game. And I'm not entirely, or to play that game if I buy it. I should be able to go on to PlayStation Network, wherever, and download the hell out of that game as much as I want. As many times as I want, because I paid for it. But I don't think they actually offer that. I mean, I know we're still kind of trying to figure it out. But I think games should be preserved. I really should. And I've said it a million times. I'll keep saying it. I'll scream this from the rooftops to all the game companies out there. If you do not properly preserve your games, if you're not out there to properly make sure that your fan base has ready access to your library of media, we're gonna do it for you, and you're not gonna like the way we do it. Just how it works. So that's why you see emulation sites and stuff like that. Now, don't get me wrong. I'm not telling people to go to pirate stuff. I'm not. Please do not. Actually, piracy it does take away from game developers and publishers, many of which need the money. Many of which need the money. Okay, so I'm not by no means saying go out there and pirate everything. No, don't do that. But if you're looking for a copy of a game that you can't find anymore, and no one is there to help preserve your rights as a copy holder to let you continue playing it besides buying it, I can't say I blame people for doing what they do, for taking the matters in their own hands. I don't say I agree with it, but I don't blame them for it. And unfortunately, that's happening a lot with gaming, especially right now because of the... I didn't have to buy this remaster. I own the original version of it. Now, it looks a hell of a lot worse, and it plays a hell of a lot worse, but I own it. I could always go back and play that. I don't mind doing it when it's a full remake like this, and it's streamlines a lot of things and makes stuff better. I don't mind that whatsoever. But that's what we're getting, guys. Is it's coming down to the fact that we are dealing with a lot of there's a lot of entertainment out there. And this is the other thing that's the dirty little secret that no one's talking about. Another reason they want to limit what access you have to things that you bought, why they don't want there to be physical copies of games out there and such, is because if you're playing a game that's 30 years old, that means you're not buying the shit they're putting out now. And they don't like that either. They really don't like that. Now, personally, I love it because games back in the 90s and 80s, 90s, even the early 20-aughts, those games there was a lot more passion projects. There was a lot more love put into these games. And now a lot of the games that we're getting, especially in the AAA space, are really nothing more than, well, let's see it. Let's release another one of these. Let's reboot that. Let's remaster a game that was released on the PlayStation 4. All this stupid happy horse shit that they do to try to get you to dip back into your wallet and purchase something that you bought a long time ago. So I don't blame people for keeping physical copies of all their shit and wanting to go back and just play. Hey, I'm going to go back and play Kingdom Hearts. Knock yourself out. That kind of stuff. Go. Got you there. Oh, wrong button. She should get close to a level this one through. So, I mean, it's, and if you're doing digital and you're happy with it, knock yourself out. Knock yourself out. I'm not telling you that you're wrong. I just want you to know and keep in mind what you're doing is you are supporting a business model that does not protect you as a consumer. There is nothing customer friendly at all about digital distribution. Nothing at all. How close is she? Yeah, she'll get it next run. Just read your Steam agreement, guys. When you sign up for Steam, read your terms of service. So many people do not read their terms of service. Their terms of service are very clear. When you buy something off of Steam, you are purchasing a license for it. That license can be terminated at any point that Valve wants, or the actual publisher / developer of the game. So if right now, if you go online and you purchase a copy of Dragon Quest VII Reimagined, you pay $60, $70 for it, whatever the price is, probably $60, $70, I think is what it is. And you wake up tomorrow, you download it on your Steam Deck or your laptop or your PC, however you game, and you get up tomorrow and Square Enix has decided to delist the game and remove it, and they say we are no longer allowing people to play this game. You don't get your money back. You're screwed. And that's because of the agreement you signed when you signed up for Steam. Now, chances are, if it were that quick, you'd probably have some sort of legal fight you could go on. And you would probably win. As well you should. But the point is that just because you buy it digitally on Steam or GOG or anywhere else, PlayStation Network Store, Xbox Live Store, or Nintendo Store, does not mean you own that shit. It means you own a license to it. And I'll tell you another dirty little secret that you probably don't know, is that these contracts are signed per platform. Okay? So, if you're looking at acquiring the rights to an IP to release on or not just an IP, but if you're releasing a game on let's just say Nintendo Switch, right? They're making games for Nintendo Switch. Cool. Those contracts don't say Nintendo Switch 2. They say Nintendo Switch. They sign them per platform. Now, it just so happens that I don't know how it broke down. I really don't. But the Switch 1 is backwards compatible with 99.999% of all Switch 1 games, something to that effect. Yes, I think that's important. But the same thing happens with PlayStation 4, PlayStation 5. Notice, you can't go on. I have on my PlayStation 3 DuckTales Remastered and Dungeons & Dragons Remastered. Guess what I can't do? I can't play those on my PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5 because the contracts for those that were signed were only for the PlayStation 3. So as much as I would love to go back and be able to download those and play those for you guys on stream, because I really love those games, I can't. There's a way to do it on PlayStation 3, but I have to see how that's actually done. But I can't download games onto... I can't download PlayStation 3 games like that onto my PlayStation 4 or PlayStation 5. So that's a dirty little secret also that they probably don't teach you, you probably don't know, is that everything is done via platform. That's another reason why Steam is probably going to... is such a popular... way to play digital games, is because there's only one platform. So there's not a Steam 2 or a Steam 3. It's just Steam. So there's an advantage that PC owners have over console owners right there. But they don't. Those, like I said, those contracts though are signed per platform. So with the way things are now, I'm not entirely certain that's going to. I think that what'll change is you're going to see a lot more backwards compatibility with current consoles, just simply because there's not a lot of there's no huge upgrades coming around anymore as far as graphics go. You know, the difference between PlayStation 1 and PlayStation 2 was night and day. From PlayStation 2 to PlayStation 3 was night and day. PlayStation 3 to PlayStation 4 was half a day. And from PlayStation 4 to PlayStation 5, it's not that big of a difference. So, rumors is that Sony is delaying the PlayStation 6. I hope they do. No one's looking for the PlayStation 6 right now. RAM is going to be way too expensive, and not a lot of companies can afford to develop with the hardware you currently have out there. So releasing a PlayStation 6 probably wouldn't be the wisest thing right now. But I hope that Microsoft and Sony and Nintendo are signing now companies to just their store in general and not per platform. That's what I really hope. I know it used to be per platform. And if you want more proof of that, turn on your Xbox One or Xbox Series X and go and look at the amount of Xbox 360 games you can download off of the store onto your current console, and there's not going to be many of them that are licensed. Like Batman or Spider-Man or whatever. Yeah, that's my soapbox about digital distribution. I will never be in support of it because with digital you don't own anything. You have a license that can be taken away from you. I've got 395 digital movies on Fandango at home. You know the digital movie store. The difference is I haven't bought any of those movies. I got those with digital download codes that you get when you purchase a movie brand new. If you buy a Fantastic Four right now, the first steps, you open it up, there's a code in there, and that code you enter in, and you have access to that digitally now. So, yeah, I own a digital copy of it, but I didn't pay extra for it. How close is she? She's down to 62. So just keep in mind what your rights really are when it comes to how you're purchasing your games. And I know now we have discs that don't have the game on them, and a lot of Switch 2 games are nothing more than key code cards where the game isn't on the thing. It's just a code that gives you rights to it, and I dislike those. Not as much as I hate Code and Box. Code and Box is insane to think that would be a popular way of doing it. And I see, and the thing is, there are people who do it. I own a Nintendo Switch 2. That's what we're playing. Well, we're not playing this on Nintendo Switch. This is PlayStation 5. We were playing Dragon Quest 1 and 2 Remake. They were on the Switch 2. I was looking at this group on Facebook, and it's people showing all the Switch 2 games that they have, which I get. That's what you do. You show off your collection. But this guy's got all these games, and I'm going, that's Code and Box, that's Code and Box, that's Code and Box. Do you not realize that you didn't really buy the game? You bought a plastic box with a code on the inside of it. But a lot of people don't realize that shit. And again, if you think a company has your best interests in mind, I'm telling you flat out they don't. They have their best interests in mind, what they think their best interests are. They don't give two shits about what you want or what you think or how much money you've spent, how loyal you've been. They don't care. They care about how much you paid, how much they think they can get out of you. Or how much, actually, I don't care how much you paid. They care about how much more they can get out of you. That's what it is. That's the big breakdown right now with entertainment in overall, because we have these companies have control of legacy IPs, and we've talked about many of them here on my channel before, but they have control. They have control of these dedicated IPs, these legacy IPs of Star Wars, one we always talk about, but and they don't have anybody around that knows why these IPs are popular. So they have people in charge that are writing and directing and doing stuff for these things that have no connection to anything to do with anything. So they aren't as talented as the people who came before, so you have a lot of folks that rely on self-inserts, that rely on modern day politics and things like that, when instead what they should be trying to do is going back and analyzing why something like Star Wars works. How did it work? Why did it catch on? You know, and a lot of it is rooted in Star Wars in particular. A lot of it is rooted in archetypes that have been around for thousands of years. It's not a reinvention of the wheel. It's more or less of the same wheel, just with I don't know, just a wheel. I can't even think of my own metaphor, but and that's why, and so then what they'll do is they'll tell you, well, this isn't for you anymore. We're not making this for you. We're trying to get a new audience in. We're trying to get new people into the turnstile to watch our movie or play our game or do, whatever. And sure, if that's what you're going to try to do, but when you do that, you're going to lose touch with your fan base that's been there for since the inception. And yeah, are they aging out? Yeah, of course. We're all gonna. Our times are coming for a reason. But do they really think they're gonna get our money when they've told us that what we love is not for us anymore? That's the thing, is that these entertainment companies want to tell you that what they're making is not, you're not the fan base they're looking for anymore. They don't want you there to voice your displeasure over what they're doing, but they still want your money. They still are be like, well, we know you don't like what we're doing, but you still are going to owe us $15 a seat to go and watch it. And when we don't, then it's when all the names start coming out. But that's why I get irritated when I see these movie companies and such do it. I think my favorite one is Charlie's Angels. Several years ago, probably 3, 4, or 5 years ago, maybe it was during the pandemic, I don't remember. Elizabeth Banks directed a movie based off of Charlie's Angels. Now, Charlie's Angels is a legacy IP. It's been around for a long time. I think it's older than I am by a little bit. I will tell you, Charlie's Angels was made for men. Okay? That Farrah Fawcett poster was on the poster of a lot of young men back in the 70s and 80s, okay? So, but it was still a brand that also had girls interested in it, because it had a bunch of girls kicking ass. And there's nothing, guys like strong women, girls like strong women, right? That's how it is. Looking good and beating the hell out of people while looking good. The reboot movies with Drew Barrymore and Cameron Diaz and Lucy Liu kind of got that message. Yeah, they still were kind of doing the somewhat feminist take on it, but it still was fan servicey enough for the men to go see it. That's why the movies were successful. At least the first one was. Well, then they do the reboot. And the first thing they go with the reboot is they get into the press and they say, men are not going to want to see this movie. This is going to scare men. No one, men are going to hate this film. Don't go see Charlie's Angels. It's not for you, men. It's not your brand. So what did men do? We didn't go see it. And guess what? It flopped. And then they turn around and that next week, why didn't men go see Charlie's Angels? Same outlets, the same news outlets that were telling us not to go see it, are then like, well, why didn't men go see it? Because you told us it wasn't for us. You sat there and you got on us, and then it turned into misogyny, that men didn't want to see, women kick ass, even though men had no problem going to see the first couple of Charlie's Angels movies. All of a sudden that changed. The narrative changes depending on what they're paying for to do it. They're trying to shame us, men, into going to see it. Well, by that point, it got even worse, and we were just like, well, no, we're not. So the movie flopped really hard. But that's a prime example of people being in charge of an IP that have no idea why it's popular, have no idea how it got popular, and have no idea how to honor what it is to make it successful. And you can't just put a dog whistle around something and virtue signal and pretend like everything's gonna work out in your favor because you control the narrative. Well, you don't control the narrative anymore. You know, 30 years ago, the narrative, there was no internet. Narratives were much more easily controlled by the media and things like that. Reviews were more, you couldn't just go online and pop in. Well, 30 years ago you could, but it wasn't as prevalent as it is now. Damn sure wasn't. But you couldn't just, there wasn't as many like going on. There was no Rotten Tomatoes. There was nowhere to, you know, no Metacritic. You couldn't just go on there and find reviews of movies and stuff that you were thinking of seeing. You had to pick up your local newspaper and find out what your local movie critic thought of the movie. That's the only movie reviews that you had. Well, things are different now. Now you have online. You have, you know, Rotten Tomatoes. You got Metacritic. You've got YouTube. You can go on there and see it. And I tell you, the one that really kind of turned me on to doing that was when I saw The Last Jedi. I saw The Last Jedi a couple times in theaters. And the first time I saw it, I thought, hey, I kind of like this. And when I left the theater, I had this feeling in the back of my head where it's like, oh, I like that. And my mind was like, did you though? So I went and saw it again. And I was like, oh, I like that. And in the back of my mind was like, did you though? Well, then I just kind of went and looked up what other people were thinking about it, and I had realized my mind was not changed. My mind was already telling me this stuff. So the whole thing about when they say you turn into a rage farmer on YouTube or whoever that is just there to hate. When I went online and started looking at what other people thought about it, I realized that's how I felt. It's like, yeah, I feel that way too. I don't like the way Luke Skywalker was portrayed. No, I don't like the way that was actually done. No, it doesn't make any sense. Why would Yoda be the one to come to Luke instead of his father? You know, why did none of that make any sense to me? And it bothered me. It really did. But it made me. I realized when I was like, oh, I don't like it. Then I can see why I don't like it. Then we got to the point where it was, I know now why, you know, I know that there's people who agree with me, so I'm not gonna say anything more about it. Or, you know, I didn't have to go online and bitch up a storm or start creating rage videos about it. I didn't do that. I was like, yeah, that's pretty much how I feel. Mervin's level up. There's Enigma's level up to level 89. Thought I heard something. Music quit. It's okay. But yeah, that's my whole point of this stuff is, you know, believe what you personally believe yourself. It's okay to find out if there's anybody out there who agrees with you. You know, I mean, we all have good takes and bad takes, guys. There's no, or I should say, popular and unpopular takes. You know, there are games out there that are beloved by many people that I just can't play. You know, The Witcher 3 is one I've tried to play many times. and I just can't get into it. I want to. I love the character designs. Yennefer is flipping amazing, but I just can't get into it. I never have been. Ten, 8, 10. But anyway, that's pretty much how I feel about it. Again, I try not to get on to other people by how they feel about something. I don't want to necessarily change minds. I don't mind educating, but I'm not here to try to change the way you feel about something. Which is why I don't get into politics or anything serious like that. Because I don't want to be that guy. I'm not here to explain to you how you should feel about something. You should draw your own conclusions. If you're coming online to find you need to feel about something going on in the world today that's very serious, if you're coming onto Twitch or wherever to do that and you're watching someone, first of all, the people that are your political YouTubers, or well, not YouTubers is a bad example, political Twitch, 99% of them are there to push an agenda. They don't know a damn thing. There's nothing straight-laced about anything that they do. But my point is that you should make up your own mind. You know, you don't need my opinion. You shouldn't need my opinion to make up your own mind. Just do your diligence. Make sure you're finding out both sides. One of the best things that you can do is to look up why people feel the way that they feel about something. Not what they feel, but why they feel that way. And it's never as simple as calling somebody a name. That is the biggest misnomer that you can have out there right now, is that you can't just go, well, he doesn't like the latest iteration of Star Trek, so this guy is an ist or a phobe or whatever. Am I not on YouTube? I better be on YouTube. Good, I am. I thought I was. I had to make sure I hit the button. That's my whole point, though, is that you should be able to make up your own mind and not need to hear somebody else tell you how to think. And there are a lot out there who are just trying to get to change the way that people think. And I mean serious stuff too, by the way. I'm not talking about how to feel about a game or a movie or something like that. I mean serious things going on in the world. I'm not telling you not to care. You should. But you should find out for yourself why you feel that way, how you feel and why you feel that way. One of the biggest problems we have right now in all of the world is no one is going back to look at why someone feels the way that they feel. They know what they feel, but instead of them trying to find out why, they would much rather attach a name to it. A ist or a phobe or the bad guys from WW2 or all these different names, instead of trying to come down to, okay, why do they feel that way? Doesn't mean you have to agree with it, but find out why they feel that way. And there's not enough of that going on right now. At all. Yeah, that's my 2 cents on things and why I don't talk about a lot of serious issues like that. Because now I don't have my own opinion. I do. But I don't want to be one of those people who just rants like crazy about everything that, you know, who's at fault for this and who's at fault for that. No, I don't get into that. Much more fulfilling for you to find out on your own and come up with your own opinions. Go down there. Isn't that funny, though, to think about it that way? It's sad to think about it that way sometimes, but I'm just not an outrage farmer on either side. Bum ba dum ba dum bum ba dum ba dum ba dum. And maybe that's my weakness too. Maybe that's my biggest weakness, is that I don't partake in that stuff. That's why I'm not growing like I want to grow, is because I don't. Now there's something you don't see every day. I just got a fire warning. Weather Channel just sent me a This is middle of February, and apparently, well, I know why there's a fire warning. We had the ending of last year. Our weather was odd. First week of November, we had a frickin' foot of snow, and it didn't stop snowing for a week. So we weren't able to rake up our leaves and get them to the curb as much as we would have liked to. And I know my neighbors basically were in the same boat, and I've noticed over the weekend I saw a lot of neighbors burning foliage, burning off leaves in their backyard. That's probably why there's a fire warning. Always eat ice, and it's such a bad habit. Hey, Yarny, good to see ya. I live in a very I live on like the border of the last real suburb that is really a suburb of Chicago, and thousands of miles of farmland. Crap, I didn't mean to do that. So, a lot of farmers, a lot of folks that are very, they just do it themselves out here. And that's pretty much why. So a lot of dead leaves. Well, you're in Washington. You guys have evergreens up there, right? Oh wow, you just took that like a champ. Oh no, okay. For us, it's more deciduous trees. We have a lot of deciduous trees here. Actually, I just made okay, so you have deciduous trees as well. Most of ours are deciduous, so just in my yard, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 deciduous trees that are over 100 years old each. They're huge trees. So they've got all these leaves that come off of them, and we just didn't have the well, I didn't have the energy, but the time to really rake all that crap up. Ours are pretty tall. Yeah, super tall. I mean, obviously they're not like redwoods, but they get pretty tall here. Yeah. And we have all sorts of different ones too. You have maples, we have oak, and all sorts of trees that I don't even know. I can't remember the names of. Point is, we get a lot of leaves on the ground here, which is that's been a burr I've had with the city for a while. Is they do 2 leaf pickups, and one of them is like in early October, and the other one's at usually about middle of November, end of November. And our trees don't even shed half their foliage by that time. Yeah, I can't stand raking leaves. I can't. Can't stand raking leaves. Yep. Well, they should definitely. I think they should do one in the spring. Now they'll do the clippings bags. That will start back up probably in late March or early April, where you go get the bags from like Home Depot or whatnot, and you can fill them full of grass clippings or leaves or branches or whatever. They'll pick those up all the way till the end of November. But as far as them coming by and raking up vacuuming up leaves, we'd have to rake our leaves to the curb on 2 certain days. Which, oh yeah, also doesn't really add up well either, because I live on the Great Plains here. There's nothing to break up the wind, so if you do get your leaves to the curb, the chances of them staying on that curb are, for a day until they come vacuum them up, is pretty slim. You've never seen the leaves, the grass clippings leaves bags? I think we get ours from Costco now. Now we have a Costco. Hey, Jimbo. Thanks for coming in, bud. Hope you're having a great week. Don't forget to hit that follow button, guys. Help me get to the sweet spot on YouTube and Rumble will be great. I'm like at 80 followers, I think, on Rumble, so I'm 20 away from the nice spot on Rumble. Still 185 on YouTube. I need 185 more subscribers on YouTube. Yeah, they got the big truck that comes around. They just vacuum up the leaves. I'm sure they take them to a big incinerator or recycle them into something. Let's go, boy! We're trying to get to a respectable level so we can take out... We're at a respectable level. Let's go try those bad guys. Yeah, it's been a while since I've been on the Chinwag. I think it's been since June. Tomby had me on like 2 weeks in a row, and then after that, did he lose my contact information? I'm kidding. I know you guys have lots of more successful streamers on there. All right. First of all, I need to see where the hell we are. So when we come back here, I know where we are. Okay, we're over here on Wetlock. All right, we're gonna head over to the battle arena so I can see if we got enough chutzpah. Oh, it's nobody's bad.
Oh.
As long as I haven't made anybody mad. That was when I don't hear from people for a while, I kind of wonder, like, did I say something bad? Did I make fun of somebody's mother and not realize it? What did I do? I hope I didn't make anybody mad. Alright, here we are. Welcome, let's see. I do want that sword, so let's see if we can do this. Really? Well, thank you, Jimbo. I appreciate it, my friend. I hope I'm entertaining you. I want to get better at this. I need more exposure so I can get better, get bigger and better. All right, here we go. Let's see. This guy, we got real close to beating him. Oh, you're not a tard. Okay. I said use Giga Slash. Alright. Ow, I got an 89. The amount of hit points this guy has to be insane. Look at that. I have no idea what that does. Oh, that's what that does. Skills. Let's multi-heal, because that hurt. Yes, multi-heal. Alright. Come on. If Enigma or Aisha actually come up with a nasty little thing there, if they get their pep up, it's going to be pretty nasty. Ooh, don't kill anybody. And he killed Enigma. Okay. First... It's, again, herself. I didn't know Zoma was a girl. I really didn't. Ow. Do we have anything here? A crit will take him out. There we go. Oh, that was supposed to take out the shield. It didn't. Okay, well that was a waste. Yeah, it was. Wasn't that brutal? Ow. There she goes. Yep. Saw that happening. Okay. Hate to waste her turn, but Shields down. If he hits us again, and he gets 2 turns, so yeah, I'm glad I did that. Ooh, this is not going to be good for him. This is going to be 1,000 point plus attack. This is on PlayStation 5, Jimbo. Okay, Night Watch. Might be the hero. Okay. No, no, no. It's a free attack. PlayStation 5. I use mine all the time. That's what I primarily stream off of. Hey, as long as you're happy, gaming is gaming as far as I'm concerned. Not a cloth of darkness, damn it. Okay. We're gonna run out of magic here. But I think she's almost done. So if we can keep our health high here, is that gonna kill her? No, but it got close. Gaming is gaming. Just play it how you want to play it. I don't believe in any one way of playing a game being better than another. Well, I shouldn't say it that way. As long as you're having fun. Alright, alright. We might have her here. Still can't believe it's a girl, but hey, we'll go with it. I felt that happening. Alright, that's fine. She's the toughest. I built her to be tough, the tough broad. That's what she is. Ow! Come on. He is out. We got the sword. Lemon squeezy. "58 turns. Alright, first Edric's sword. Sword of light, baby. And Hypernova's better for her. Bastard sword is better. It's made by illegitimate blacksmith. Better for Mervyn. There. Alright. Let's save that shit right now. Why not? We got the big sword now, so let's see how this works. Alright, so the Dragon Lord here. Holy shit! That was a crit. Ha 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 ha. Damn. He's hitting me like I owe him some money. Thank you, Yarny. I actually beat that guy. Yeah, do some more of that. Damn. I hate to waste a turn.
My gratitude.
And we've had no pep. There's been no pep here.
Right. Hey! Come to me!
He's almost dead, so hopefully... Come on, 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 do this. I'm gonna play the averages here and just continue damaging. Because he looks like he's about dead, and this is gonna be more than 25 turns, but... Got him. But there's no way that was 25 turns. That had to be like 30 turns, right? 31 turns. So I didn't even get anything bonus for that. Okay, well let's try the second one and see if we can get the shield. This guy beat the shit out of us our first time. And we were really strong at that point too, so... I mean, he just completely wrecked us. I'm hoping, give us a turn. Okay.
My gratitude.
Thank God that worked. Ow. Double ow. $29. Once again. The envenomation sucks, but we need to get some of those pep ups. Oh, you freaking oh, you jackass! Full heal. That is not fair. Yeah, full heal. What the hell? Ow, okay. But he's over halfway down, so I guess we're doing okay. I hate to waste this. Hey there, Grizzled. I don't know, it damn sure poisoned us. There's that shit again. Well, luckily we had that. I hate to waste his turn, but we need her because she's got the good shit. They all have the good shit, but he missed. Haha. We might have it. We might have this, but we're not going to get a good return out of it. We'll get the shield. No. If he casts full heal again. Got him. We got the shield. She definitely has, yes. She's got the milkshake that brings all the boys to the yard. 32 turns, so I did get a couple other things, huh? Super seed of that, and a magic. And a, oh. Wait a minute, I did that and I got all the rewards? Look at that shit. Okay. Well, first things first, let's get that shield where it belongs. Hell yeah. I'm gonna save that shit.
Oh.
I can't believe I can't believe we won that, and I can't believe we won that and got all the rewards. That's insane. That is insane. The other two we haven't been able to do that for yet. So because there's still 2 rewards left for the Dragon Master. And 2 rewards left for Zoma, who's apparently a girl that I didn't know about. What is... I'm just out of curiosity, what is this? Destructive deity. Cast full heal upon the bear when 25%. Really? Well... That's actually pretty handy. But, let's go... I guess let's go back and get ourselves some more levels so we can try to get those other 2 rewards. I mean, Christ. Wetlock is where we were, right? Yeah. But we managed to get all that. That makes me happy. And Ruff will be next. But now we have the best sword, and we have the best shield in the game. Or do we get the best armor and the best helmet? I don't know. At least what we think is the best sword and the best shield. Traditionally, Erdrick's stuff it tends to be the best stuff in the game, so... That being said...
Sure.
That the pep up for champion is damn nasty. Like damn nasty. So I really want that for everybody I can get. So because you can do that triple attack. That's gonna mess some boys up. That's what I'm saying. Other games I got lined up. Well, my copy of Resident Evil is not coming in until the middle of next month because Amazon. But so Resident Evil was one. But after this I was thinking of going to Dragon Quest Heroes, the fighting games. The war games. I kind of like those. I've been on this Dragon Quest kick lately. Actually, I've been on a JRPG kick lately. JRPGs and Final Fantasy, Dragon Quest. Of course, if they'd hurry up and give us a date for Dragon Quest 12, that would be nice. Have you ever played Dynasty Warriors or Fire Emblem Warriors or hell, just any of the Warriors games? Hyrule Warriors, anything like that? In fact, I might have a piece of Dragon Quest Heroes memorabilia right here. Let's see. It's Dragon Warrior. It's Dragon Quest with played like Dynasty Warriors. I might have this. Oh, here we are. Here. A Dragon Quest Heroes treasure chest. And what could be on the inside? But a slime. It's a slime plushie. See? And there's a keychain and a lanyard. Wow, I have a lanyard? I got stuff in here for... Dragon Quest lanyard is one I'll have to look at, because I have a Pac-Man lanyard I'm using for my car keys right now. But Dragon Quest, that's a deep cut. Love it. Yeah, I don't remember when I bought that thing. Well, I do remember when I bought it. I got it when it first came out. Dragon Quest Heroes 1 did have a limited edition that came with that chest. And the plushie and things like that in there. I do remember that. That was a long time ago I got that. No problem, Yarny. I also have a Dragon Quest slime PlayStation 2 controller. I actually did an Enigma stuff on that. It was one of my first ones on YouTube. When they released Dragon Quest 8 here on the PlayStation 2, they were very much trying to market Dragon Quest to be as big as Final Fantasy. That's right after the merger with Enix, right after they bought Enix. So Dragon Quest 8, the original pressing, had like a Final Fantasy 12 demo in it and everything. But they did release the Dragon Quest PlayStation 2 controller over here, too, which is a slime. And you just turn it over, and there are all the buttons on the bottom of it. And I'm going to get back into creating stuff like that again. I need to. After my... well, November and December, I thought I might have had cancer, and so I was a little preoccupied to doing anything like that. It come to find out I don't, but I was still worried because that's what I do, and I need to get back into making videos again. But I haven't made videos. I didn't make videos through that time period because I thought I had a disease. I thought I had a really bad disease. Ends up that I don't. And now the only worry I have is the worry I put on myself. Which is constant. But yeah, I haven't told anybody this actually on stream or anything yet. Not the exact thing of it. There's a history of my family of colon cancer. My grandfather had it, and you know, it's all that. And we have this test here. I know Yarny knows what I'm talking about, but for those who might not, we have a test here called Cologuard, which I call your poop in a box. Where basically you poop in a box and you send it off, and they test it and come back to you with, hey, you're good, or hey, you probably should go see a doctor. And mine came back with, hey, you should go see a doctor. And with my family history and all that wonderful stuff, my mind immediately went to, oh shit, you probably have colon cancer, because you look it up online and it tells you, oh, there's like a 83% positivity. You know, if they tell you you've got it, you've got it. Yes, smellogram, exactly, Grizzled. I haven't gone into detail about this, but you look online and they say, oh, it's 83% accuracy rate, which is really pretty good. You didn't know. I didn't tell anybody. I just was having my issues, and Enigma tends to suffer from anxiety, and Desi put up with a lot with me over the months of November and December because I was not eating and not sleeping, and I actually probably I drank too much. I can tell you that, because I was just trying to get to sleep a lot of the time. But I went and saw the doctor, and the doctor had back in the middle of next month, of January 13th or 14th, my procedure I was talking about was a wonderful thing we call a colonoscopy. And doctor came back afterwards and said, you're fine. You had 2 small, tiny little polyps. Nothing wrong at all. And after that, he says, you don't have to do this again for another 7 years. So whatever he saw was not that big of a deal to him. So, all my worry was for nothing. But yeah, I was still here streaming. I know I was, telling people, be happy and eat stuff easy on people and all that. And this is where I'm most happy, is doing this stuff. So streaming for you guys is what kept me sane through a lot of that. If I had been working at a job where I had the stress levels where I did in my last job, I probably would have been. I might have had to go to the funny farm, because I was just not well. Yeah, that's what it was for me. It was a big relief. I actually wrote when you go to get the colonoscopy, they go through. And by the way, we're not going to get into the nitty gritty of what a colonoscopy is or all the fun stuff, but the new anesthetic they use, oh my God, can I get a bucket full of that? You want to talk about the best sleep I've had in a long time. I was out for 20 minutes and it felt like I was out for like a day. All I heard was, we're administering the medicine. And that's the last thing I remember until they said, hey, you're all right. But when you're in there, they gave me a piece of paper and they're like, what's your name? Who are you there with? Is it okay if we share medical information with them? It's like, yes, Desi, she's my girlfriend. Can we share medical? Yes, please do. All that good stuff. The last question is, is there anything we can say to you today that will make this experience more pleasing? And I wrote, tell me I don't have cancer on it. All right, the anesthetic, I had my appendix out when I was 18 years old. Yeah, I'm with you, Grizzle. It just knocks you on your ass. Best sleep. When I had my appendix out, I had the anesthetic, which was gas. You have the gas. I might still have that gas mask somewhere. But when they put the hose and all that good stuff attached to it, that's not what this was. This was the IV. This is the IV, and they just, like I said, he took that and he twisted it in and said, I'm administering the medicine now, and that was it. That was it. A bomb could have gone off and I wouldn't have heard it. I was so rested. And Grizzled is correct. It is the best sleep ever. So, if anyone's wondering, I haven't told anybody that. That's what happened. And if anyone's wondering why I was under anxiety and why I lost, damn near 20 pounds in the span of a couple of months, it's because I was not well in the head. But that's the nice thing about streaming. This is where I'm most happy. This is where I'm most whole, is doing this with you guys and being here with you guys. So doing this actually really helped me. While a lot of people might have taken that time off to go, I just can't right now. I've got things to deal with, and believe me, I get that, because there's been times where I've wanted to do that, but I always feel better doing this. Oh, I'm sorry you've had minor surgeries. I had my appendix out when I was 18, and then the only other time I've been out was this colonoscopy. Which, by the way, if you have the chance to have a colonoscopy, don't. Do the poop in a box first, because colonoscopies are not fun. The prep for a colonoscopy is about as it's the worst part. The prep is the worst part by far. It's very good for mental health, Yarny. Very good. Yeah, you're right, Grizzled. That's what Desi kept telling me. And Desi still will send me pictures and show me pictures and memes and stuff of how worry is stealing joy from you. And she's right, and you're right. But I'm working on it. I'm working on it. But at the same time, yeah, the drink is... No, Gatorade tastes better. Gatorade tastes better. That crap that they... Okay, for those who've never had the colonoscopy, they got to clean you out, okay? Let's not get into the nitty-gritty of what I mean by cleaning out, but everyone knows it's your colon. You got to clean out. So they give you a bottle of it really is, Yarny. It really is. Anxiety just killed me in November and December. They give you a bottle of this stuff, and it tastes absolutely atrocious. Like yes, that it does. It is the worst tasting shit out there. Like, it is so bad how bad that stuff tastes. And then you get to look forward to the fallout from that, which is basically if you're more than a couple feet away from a toilet, you better have a lot of change of underwear with you, and pants, because you're going to go through them. You start taking that stuff, you better be within the vicinity of a toilet, because it's going to clean you out. It'll clean you out and make you question life choices that you've made. So I was, and you can't eat, by the way, the day before. You can't eat anything solid. You're on a clear liquid diet. So it's Jell-O, it's popsicles. You can have broth. I was chugging bone broth like it was going out of style. Nothing solid beyond like a popsicle or that. And all you really want to do is eat. You can drink water. You can drink 7-Up. You can drink Gatorade. No alcohol. And then of course there's the cleaning you out, and you have to do it in 2 doses. By the way, you do it 12 hours before your operation, before your colonoscopy. So you have your first batch where you drink it, and within an hour you are letting loose the hounds of war. And then you got to get up 8 hours. I'm sorry, not 8. Mine was at 11. And I 6, maybe it was 6 hours. I woke up at 6. Then you have to do the other half of it. You take the other half, and you get to do the whole thing over again. And if you don't do it right, you get to do the whole thing over again later, because they're not gonna. If you're not clean, they can't do the colonoscopy. Luckily. And I can't believe there was a scoring system for this. My doctor gave me a 9 out of 10 for my prep. He wrote on the thing that I scored a 9 out of 10 on the prep. So I was fairly cleaned out by the time he did his business. Yeah, I don't recommend it, Yarny. I really don't. If you have your druthers, if you have your choice, if you can help it, don't get the colonoscopy unless you have to have one. It's not fun. It's disgusting and it's gross. Yeah, the funny thing is whenever you chug the whole thing, Grizzle, that would be, my God, you must have been a sprinkler system at that point. But all you want to do, like that entire day, I think I took that day off of streaming because of the prep. All I wanted to do was eat. I was sitting there going, can I just have some bread? Can I just have a potato chip? And the answer is no, you can't. If you drank the whole gallon in one sitting, that's you first of all, you have a higher tolerance for horrible tasting things than I do. They told me to do it in two doses, so. And if you have, by the way, if you have your choice, it says on the package, you can mix it with water, or you can mix it with like Gatorade, or you can mix it with 7-Up. Do yourself a favor and mix it with something with some flavor to it, because while it's still going to taste like shit, it will taste less like shit if there's other flavors there to help mask it. Yeah, Grizzle's colon. His toilet looked like a Jackson Pollock painting after he was done. I tell you. But this is actually not funny what I'm about to say, but people kept telling me, like Desi kept telling me, you're too young to have colon cancer. You know, I'm only 50. You're too young to have that. And the nurses kept telling me that. Oh, you're too young. You're too young. Guys, James Vanderbeek just passed away a couple days ago with colon rectal cancer, and he's 2 years younger than I am. So, reading that kind of stuff kind of goes, well, maybe I was too young, but you just never can tell. Yeah, it's like Roto-Rooter for your ass, Yarny, is what it is. Whatever you have, you talk about laxatives being able to clear stuff up. This will clear stuff up. It is like it's like a drill. Yes, almost like the scene from Daddy Daycare. It was not fun, but again, the important thing is I don't have it, and I don't have it to the point where I don't have to go back and do another one for 7 years. So I'll be 57 the next time they invite me back for another go of it. But you really should get yourself checked out, guys. If Vanderbeek has not taught you anything over the last from his unfortunate passing, and he's one of those guys that I don't remember hearing a lot of negative stuff about him. Like you hear some actors are kind of hard to get along with, and all that. I never heard anything bad about James Vanderbeek, so it really sucks what happened to him. And I think he was just on The Masked Singer last year, actually. So it's not like he declined. Had to decline pretty quickly. He was only 48 when it all happened. Thanks for being here, Yarny. Love ya. You take care, all right? Oh shit! I didn't mean to do that, but I did. But literally, guys, get yourself checked, okay? It is the best thing you can do. And dealing with it early on is better than dealing with it later on. Yarny is awesome. Anyone who's not following and subscribed to Yarny on everything that they could possibly find really needs to be. She is one of the best human beings I've ever met. Legally, I have to say Desi is the best person I ever met, legally. But Yarny's in that conversation. If Desi's listening, she's going to be like, oh, so Yarny's better than I am now, huh? Actually, she wouldn't say that. I'm kidding. But it's... Plus, that Desi impression was horrible. But, anyway, seriously, get your ass checked out, literally. 45 years old is when they recommend it. Go get it done immediately. Poop in the box. Do it. And just... That's right, danger, Will Robinson, danger. That's exactly right. Well, Yarny's married. I'm practically married. Nothing's happening. Desi and I don't have that kind of relationship, quite honestly, where we're looking for reasons to get jealous of each other. She's had a friend for a long time that is a guy that she's going to have dinner with on Saturday, and it's fine. You know, I'm not jealous of that at all. I could have dinner. I have dinner with Desi every night. And likewise, a friend of mine that I've met through streaming, actually, is coming here for a wedding, to Chicago for a wedding, and I made mention, hey, if you're going to be around Chicago, maybe we should, I don't know, go have dinner. And she said, that's a great idea, we should go have dinner. So, and Desi's not upset about that at all, that I'm going to go have dinner with a girl. Because we're not jealous like that. We trust each other. And I can tell you, nothing's going to happen. We aren't like, you know, a lot of, when there's no jealousy in our relationship at all. Except for the fact that she might be jealous that I get to spend every day streaming video games and she's not. But she did get great news today that she revealed, which I'm going to hear all about when she gets home. She said it. She typed it in on Twitch. It's like, I can't say anything more about that, but I know when she gets home, she's gonna be very happy. We might have to have a celebratory dinner, which is fine. I don't have anything set out, so we'll figure it out. But that's the kind of relationship that her and I really have, is that we just don't get upset or jealous or mad. I trust her, she trusts me. This way. Aisha is not getting... She's supposed to be getting 10% more experience than everybody else, but I don't feel like she is. She's still several levels behind everybody else. Five, 6, 7 levels behind everybody else. There, she just leveled. But yeah, gotta keep your health up. And probably the most important thing, of course, is to stay positive, which is something that if I didn't have Desi through that whole thing, I don't know what I would have done. But that's just me. Alright. And of course, hearing from Desi the best of everything was, you know, she kept telling me, don't worry, everything's gonna be fine, we'll get through it. She said, even, I remember her, she said, even if you're not okay, you will be okay. So, and I'm okay. So I'm okay. And anxiety can be the absolute worst because your anxiety really takes over your body if you let it. And I definitely let it. Because I wasn't eating a lot. I would go through a couple of days where I would have, you know, maybe some bread for lunch, and then that's all I would eat. And then at night I would have a couple glasses of bourbon just so I could get to sleep. Now, I'm still trying to kick the bourbon a little bit because I think my body got a little too dependent on it during that time period. So there are nights that I don't sleep the best, and the reason why I'm not sleeping the best is because I'm not drinking a lot of bourbon anymore. I do on nights where I do bonus streams, and I do on the weekends, but I don't, like tonight I won't have any bourbon. I might have a glass of wine or two, but no bourbon tonight. But anxiety is really the worst. I've had depression, and but the anxiety is completely different. Depression is bad. Anxiety is really bad. Is worse. It's like a cold. It's like having the flu versus having COVID. COVID being like anxiety. Anxiety just cripples you. It can just cripple your body. It can cripple you're thinking. It basically steals every bit of joy that you can get out of anything, which is another reason I probably wasn't eating a lot, was because I wasn't getting any joy from the food. I was not getting any sort of, oh, this tastes so good. It's because my body was basically telling me nothing tasted good. Nothing was good, and that comes from anxiety. And don't let you tell anybody that stuff's not real either, because it totally is. I'm a Gen X brat, and we were brought up to believe and to basically say rub some dirt on it. You know, I mean, I was brought up back in a time period, not that I didn't play football, but kids would get concussions out on the field. They get there, and it was just called getting your bell rung. And just take the kid off and let him sit down for a few minutes and get his bearings back. In reality, what was happening is these kids and these football players were having their brains rattled inside their skull, which is not healthy. And we now know more about it, and do a lot more, you know, to protect against it. So, but you know, mental health was not something that we really looked at a lot back in the 80s and 90s, and a lot of things go into it. A lot of things go into anxiety and depression, and needless to say, I had it, and I can still suffer from it. And the best thing is that after I got done with the wonderful colonoscopy, and I got the news that I was fine, and you know, takes your body a day or two to recover from that. Okay, it's a minor procedure, but it takes its toll on your body. But once you know, once I was back to normal, you know, eating wise and all that, Desi told me, "Oh my God, you are just completely back to normal. I can't believe it. How different, and how much how much you are back to being yourself now. That it's just like I haven't seen you like this in months. So it's a good thing." But again, that's why I like streaming so much. Is it's a place where I can I'm playing games that I love with you guys and sharing my love with them, and it takes my mind off of when I was dealing with the issues, it was taking my mind off of those issues, because I was much more worried about. I was playing Mass Effect, I was playing Dragon Quest, I was playing all those other games, and those games had my attention and distracted me from what else was going on. And anytime I would sit down and think about it too much, I would get upset. So they always say that sitting in silence sometimes is like the best thing for you to clear your thoughts. It wasn't for me when I was having the anxiety issues. Sitting in silence meant my mind could wander where it wanted to wander, and when that happened, it was not good. How close are we? 60, 80, 74. Just out of curiosity, we haven't gotten the armor or the helmet for Erdrick, and I don't know where they are, so we should probably find them. If they're even in this game. One thing that's definitely different from this game than I've seen in previous Dragon Quest games is there's no lineage here. Dragon Quest usually is a game where they talk a lot about lineage. I'm the descendant of this. You are a luminary. You are this. You are that. Not seeing a lot of that stuff here. We're just folks who found shit, you know? Can't believe Mirabelle's gonna hit level 99 for everybody else, that bitch. Welcome back, Alucard. How was Amazon today? Do me a favor and get a hold of them and ask them to get me my Resident Evil early. You stayed an hour longer. Oh, you get paid for it. Any reason why? It's not what I asked. Because you wanted to. Well, you have to. Yeah, do what you want to do, brother. You get paid for it. You have to whip somebody's ass? Helmet. There is no... There's no Erdrick's helmet in this game. And no... Really? Interesting. Okay, well, where's the Metal King armor? Apparently that's the best armor. You don't appreciate whipping somebody's ass. Yeah, I don't appreciate. I was like, give me my Resident Evil early. And quest. And Reimagined. Metal King armor. Apparently that's the best armor in the game. That's not what I asked for. That's right. Don't you dare delay his Excalibur. He wants his Excalibur, damn it. Elixir. Okay. So we are at basically the end game of this. And there is a post game. For Excalibur? Well, Excalibur is a classic film. Excalibur's great. They brought it out at the time period of, it was right off of Star Wars, and pretty sure the people who were doing it were like, why don't we just do the King Arthur movie? And 70 stream streak, way to go! Thank you, Alucard! Yay! You're the man. You're the best. She levels up. I'd like to have it. It's just I can't afford that right now. Okay. Let's try this. Yeah, I'll have to wait for a sale.
Oh.
Or to get more successful. Ha 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 ha. Okay. Is it one person? Alright, well, I mean, he's got the sword and the shield, but Aisha's got the huge defense, so if this doesn't work... Call on the cocksure. Yeah, if it goes down to below 30 bucks, I can justify that. That was 3 turns. That was 3 turns, so I got all the good stuff from that. Really? I bet it does. Can't say I blame you there. Yeah, I own... Well, I own... I might own all the DLC. It's weird. He's an egregious professor. He's egregious! He's egregious! Here we go. Got it, got it, got it. And that's silver. Okay. But I did it in 6 turns? Or 8 turns. Bring him whip. Championship belt. Within 35 turns. Okay. Oh, look at all these bad guys. So it's a download code. Well, then it's not all the DLC on the thing. Tony 2 stars. How many are there going to be? That was 3, right? Holly the Unholy. That's not going to help. That is a weird looking dude. Nigel the Nameless. That might not be able to fit. That's a possibility. And you know as well as I do, Alucard, they could do everything exactly the right way and people will still find something to bitch about. The soundtrack, alright. Now you're talking. I think we did that in enough time. Okay. That's all for those. That's all, folks. Okay, I got that. Nothing else here. So the only stuff we've not gotten out of the battle arena is the bonus stuff. Now this, I understand, is downloadable content to fight these guys to get these things. So let's go ahead and save that though, because we did defeat those. I don't think I've actually been to that tower, that strange shrine in the present, so... What do we got? Maybe we have, and I just don't remember, which is entirely possible. Oh. Okay, so we have been here. I don't think those claws or anything are better, let's say. That is a double-edged sword, and that's gonna hurt us when we use it. Yeah, see, that's Dragon's Bane. Not as good as the Sword of Light, so, I mean, hell. They never released it by itself? Or is it only like on digitally, like on Spotify and shit like that? $93 for Enigma. They did, but it was probably okay. Limited quantities though. Sounds about right. Oh, you want it on vinyl? Oh, okay. You want it pricey? Yeah, on vinyl. It's Alucard we're talking about. He wants it on vinyl. Of course he does. Why wouldn't he? A lot of that stuff now with physical media, you've got to be in the right place at the right time, unfortunately. Which sucks. Ugh. Hello, hello, is it me you're looking for? How much is pricey? Because I haven't looked for vinyl, I haven't looked for records in so long. I know Desi has a turntable and records, but I haven't bought records in decades. Oh, see, I would have... Yeah. I know that when I reserved my God of War Ragnarok, they had 3 editions. They had the regular edition, the regular one. Then they had the middle edition, and then they had the like super premium edition. And I ended up getting the middle one because I wasn't sure what I would do with the vinyl records. The Ragnarok limited edition came with vinyl soundtrack, and I didn't know what I'd do with it, but I wish I would have gotten it. Did come a Mjolnir though. I still have my Mjolnir right up there. And I can lift it. I'm worthy. Desi is going to be so happy when she gets home. I can't wait to see the look on her face. It was $80 when it first came out. So it was more than $80. Yeah, that's pretty steep for records. But that's what they're doing, though. They're trying to force everybody out of the market on physical stuff by overpricing everything. Well, of course it is. It's a video game soundtrack. How many video game soundtracks do they really keep in print? Not a lot of stuff they keep in print. A lot of the time, they only press something once. They don't want to go... If they're forced to go back... Yeah, 4 records. It's a lot. If they're forced to go back and reprint, they're tying up a machine that could be used to be pressing newer, more profitable things. Sometimes it's necessary, though. I can tell you, from my time working at the jolly old GameStop, one of the games on the PlayStation 2 that Atlas... this is an Atlas game. Well, Atlas published it. It's an NIS game, actually, but they completely underproduced it. Is a game now, we've got multiple sequels to it and everything, is a game called Disgaea, which I'm sure most people have heard of. It's a strategy RPG with cutesy characters. 4 big vinyl records, I would imagine it'd be heavy. And again, they only want to print it once. They only want to press those discs one time. So they pressed discs for Disgaea, and it was very limited quantity. And if you got it, you got it. And if you didn't, you didn't. And next thing you know, Disgaea is selling on eBay for $200, $300, $400 because Atlas didn't produce enough. Well, Atlas was smart enough to go back and realize, hey, if someone's going to be making a profit off of our game, it needs to be us. So they went back to Sony and repressed another run a couple years later and sold it for $20 and undercut all the scalpers. Which, yeah, I get. It sucks for collectors because the price goes down. But there were people online who would buy them just so they could resell them for 2 and 3 times the price of what the game was actually selling for. There's only 2 pressing plants for vinyl in the entire world. That doesn't... see, it sounds like an opportunity to me. Uncle Martin, thank you for the raid over on Rumble. Welcome in, Raiders. Hope, Uncle Martin, how was your stream? Hope you had a great stream, buddy. Happy Taco Tuesday to you. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Enigma. I stream on Twitch, Twitter, Kick, Rumble, and YouTube. Although right now on Twitter, I don't know what's going on with it. On the way in, do me a favor, hit that follow button on Rumble so I can get to 100 followers. I'm like 20 followers away from 100. And 100's where you get the sweet spot. So help me out with that. And smash the like, let people know that I'm here. I want to get bigger and better. I need to get bigger so I can get better. We're playing Dragon Quest VII Reimagined. We're at the end game part of it. I'm just kind of grinding a little bit for some power levels. Managed to get a lot of really cool weapons from the doohickey. What am I trying to say? Decided to... Yeah, that's a sign of a good game right there, is when you're playing it and you don't realize how long something is. There's a word for that. It's called Chrono Trigger. There needs to, if there's only 2 places in the world that make albums, then yeah, that sounds like an opportunity for someone to take out a loan to make more. Physical media is going to become a premium here before too much longer, and it's not a good thing. We need physical media to be affordable. Yeah, Chrono Trigger. Tell me you haven't played a game like Chrono Trigger where you feel like you've been playing the game for 15 minutes and the next thing you know, holy shit, where did the last 4 hours go? You know? That's Chrono Trigger. Yes! Knock it down, boy! Right, we're getting stronger. The format was dead. Vinyl, the compact disc, CD, basically destroyed, well, 8-track was dead at that point, but cassette tapes were the norm. But vinyl was still out there too, and then CD came out and destroyed both vinyl and cassette discs in a couple of years. Compact discs were so versatile and so cheap to make, and the sound quality was so, I mean, it reads it with a laser, for crying out loud. It was so much better. That cassette tapes were done, and vinyl was done as well. Vinyl kind of always stuck around in a way because of DJs, but it was never that popular until recently, where you can go into a Walmart right now and pick up records. Yeah. Exactly. Well, Blu-ray players were insanely expensive when they first came out, too. New technology is always really expensive. Hell, the TV I'm looking at right now was a massively expensive TV, and I got it on a flash sale, 50% off. This is an $8,000 TV I bought for $4,000. Which is still a lot of money to spend on a TV, but you guys see the picture on it, you'd be like, oh, 8K. But that was a couple years ago. Yeah, I still spent too much on it, but I still got a pretty good deal. 85-inch 8K TV for $4,000 is not a bad thing. It was funny. I had basically set aside. Might be. This TV is gorgeous. Basically what happened was I had a Sony 4K TV. It's still right over there. Pretty sure the motherboard melted out of it, and I only had it for 4 or 5 years. And 4K TV, beautiful picture. I'm hoping that the motherboard's not melted in it, that I can use it again. But is Samsung discontinuing them? Because I bought mine from Samsung. The TV stopped working, so we disconnected it, and I said we need to get a new TV. And I told Desi, I said, I think I'm going to future-proof this time, and I want to get an 8K set. And she goes, well, why? And I said, well, the PlayStation 3... Yeah, you did. That's right, you did. I thought it was LG, but I must have misread it. Oh, and I watched the Attack of the Show thing you sent me to, or the X-Play thing, too. He was a lot more forgiving than I would have been with what he was saying there. But anyway, my Sony TV melted. And by the way, if you go and buy an electronic from Sony right now, might have been LG. I know I remember hearing about LG from you. Anyway, if you go right now and you are gonna buy anything with the name Sony on it that has competitors in the space, like a headset or a sound bar or a TV or a computer, just because Sony's name is on it, you are expected to pay at least $100 to $200 more, depending on what it is you're buying. But it's going to be more expensive, 10-20% more expensive than everybody else, because it says Sony on it. Just what it is. Sony's a premium brand, and people will pay more for Sony. I bought the TV that I bought because I wanted a good TV, a good quality TV, and I wanted the picture to be amazing. And I went into Best Buy, and I was at their wall of TVs, looking at all their TVs, and the TV I bought. Sony makes they make the panel for Vizio. Interesting, because Vizio is a discount brand. The TV I bought, the demo had this Japanese dude rolling sushi and putting it down, and I was like, oh my god, that is amazing. This is the TV that I want. So I bought it, loved the TV, melted it, all that good stuff. Anyway, told Desi I wanted to, if I was going to get a new TV, or when we were going to get a new TV, I said I want to get one that that's an 8K TV, and of course Desi is very much a realist about certain things, and she knows that if she knows I want the biggest frickin' TV I can get. I mean, that's just how we are, guys, right? We always want the biggest TV. So she's like, don't get anything, that's bigger than the one that you had. And the one I had 65 inches, right? So I'm looking at 8K 65 TV sets online. And I'm on Samsung's website, and their 65-inch set was the same price as the 85-inch set of the 8K. And I'm going, why is that? This doesn't make any sense. Why would the 85-inch set be the same price as the 65-inch set? And they were the same model, it's just the difference was the size of the screen. So, but it wouldn't let me check out. I would put the big one in my cart, and then I would go to check out, and it would say, cannot complete transaction at this time, please try again later. So after so long, of doing that, I go to the chat with some dude at Samsung, and I'm like, can you tell me what's going on here? First of all, why can't I check out? And second of all, why is the 85-inch set the same price as the 65-inch set? And he looked it up, and he said, well, you can't check out, and it's the same answer, basically, is that they were about to have a flash sale. They were going to take the 85-inch set and this was during the holidays, during Christmas time. They were going to have a flash sale where they were taking 50% off the 85-inch set. There was nothing wrong with the set. There was nothing wrong with anything. It's just they were going to have a sale, 50% off of the 85-inch set, which would sell for $8,000. But because they were doing the sale, I was able to get it for the same price as a 65-inch set. So I did that. And I didn't get a... Is Desi home? I didn't get a serious earful from Desi about it. But she didn't... She wasn't happy that I had gotten an 85-inch set. For my game room is thin, it's small. And she was afraid that the 85-inch set would be too big for the room. And she was like, I can't believe you did that. I just hope it's not going to hurt our eyes. I hope it's just not too big. And I'm sitting there going, if I could have gotten the 120-inch set for $4,000, I would have done that. Because I'm just like, you can never go too big with a TV, right? Well, after we got it all set up, and believe me, it was very hard to set up because of the fact that I was 48 or so at the time. Desi's 29 always. neither of us are particularly, gifted physically. Picking this sucker up and putting it on the entertainment center was not easy at all. It took us a couple of tries and a couple of minutes to do it. It's not that it's heavy, it's just that it's big. And when you're separating the weight differential for how big it is, trying to pick it up is unless Andre the Giant was in his prime, I don't think anybody could do it on their own. Let me put it like that. It's that big and bulky. Yeah, it's the bulkiness of it. And you don't want to pick it up and force it or anything, because then you're going to drop it and crack the screen and all that. So we were trying to be as careful with it as we could. We managed to do it, but it took us a little while to get it up there. I don't hear Desi. But Whiskey ran in there like crazy for some reason. I wonder why. I bet you he's ninja pooping right now. He's trying to find a spot in there in the other room where he can poop and no one will see it. I didn't think I saw her pull in either. That's why it's weird the way he jumped up. Yeah, you went in there and pooped, didn't you? You're not gonna fool me. You might be able to cute your way out with your mommy, but you ain't gonna do it with me. I know when you poop in there. When I go give him his medication here in about 20 minutes, I'll have to go look. Is it down? Are they have they closed the game down? I wonder why it's down. I just wonder if it's if there. I mean, the game has failed. Oh my God! This will be if the game is going to be closed. I can't wait to see Jeff Keighley's reaction to that. Because it'll be argued with some specificity here that with some it'll be correct that Keighley killed the game himself. Because he gave that spot to that game. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. It's another hero shooter. It's another, Marvel Rivals. It's another Overwatch. Actually, is Overwatch, is Marvel Rivals, has it taken over Overwatch? He's not individually responsible, and when I understand the game is not woke in the sense of what it is. It's just that you oversell the game, and when you put it as your cleanup hitter at the Game Awards, you're selling it as this huge thing. There's guys in wrestling. You want one of two matches. You either want to be the curtain jerker, which is the first match, or you want to be the main event, which is the last match. Those are the two matches that you want to be in. The Game Awards a couple years ago, several years ago now, actually over a decade now, the curtain jerker was Batman Arkham City. Right after the Arkham Asylum came out and blew the doors off of everybody, the curtain jerker was Arkham City. 5 years ago or so, at the end of the awards, Microsoft showed off the Xbox Series X. That's the quality of thing. That's the kind of things you expect to get from the curtain jerker or from the main event. I don't think Marathon will ever get started. I think Marathon is going to be the peak of Marathon will be. I'll be completely shocked if it's a big game to even begin with. Yeah. DOA, not dead. Oh shit, not dead or alive, but dead on arrival. And what did Asmongold say? Again, my understanding about Highguard, I have not downloaded or played it because I'm not a hero shooter multiplayer kind of guy. But my understanding about it is it's just not... doesn't do anything well enough to separate it from... To separate people from the brands you're already familiar with. That's the exact same reason why you see so many Battle Royale games go down, because because Fortnite is so entrenched. You have to get the controller out of people's hands for Fortnite and put it in for your game. You have to give them a reason to do that. And there's not a lot of people been able to do it, and that has not been able to do it. Well, they've already laid off a whole bunch of people from the Highguard development house, from what I understand. Again, it's not that I heard that the game was woke. I didn't hear that. I didn't hear that it was like this overly... It wasn't like Concord. It wasn't like that. It was just very run-of-the-mill, from what I understand, and it wasn't that great. And again, when you're dealing with something like that, when you're dealing with a game like that that's free to play, that has a lot, there's a number of people, and you need to give... How are you going to get... Again, here I am, my first question. If I were in charge of that studio with Highguard, hey, we want to do a hero shooter, and we can do it like this. Cool. Why? How are you going to get people to stop playing Marvel Rivals to play Highguard? That's the question. Why do you need to do it? How are you going to do it? What can you offer in a hero shooter that's going to get people to stop playing Marvel Rivals? That's the question that has to be answered. And saying, well, we'll get Jeff Keighley to put it on last at the Game Awards is not the answer that's going to get people to stop playing Marvel Rivals. It's just not. And that's what's going to be the big thing coming up with gaming going forward with game live service games, because you're not looking at, I mean, Concord charged money, and so did Overwatch for a while. You're not going to it's all about time invested. It's all about making people more invested with the game. It's worked that way for like WoW. People are still invested in WoW. Final Fantasy 14, those aren't free to play. You have to pay for them, but and subscription. But you know, Fortnite is free to play, and all the cosmetics are extra, and they've made a mint off of those. Again, it's you're gonna have to figure out a way. What can you offer? What can you bring to the table that they're not already getting with what's available on the market? That's what the question is. That's what is going to predicate whether your live service game is going to be a success or not. Because if you're not charging money for it, what are you gonna be able to bring? And hey, let's look at the First Descendant. I've streamed the First Descendant before. I like that game. That's a free-to-play game. It is. What does that game bring to the table that other games like it don't? I already have the answer to it. It's hot-ass women. It's a South Korean game, and all the women in that game are hot. Yeah, you have to stand out. You have to do something. You have to give people a reason to stop playing playing the game that you're trying to compete with, because this is a cannibalistic kind of thing. You're not. No one is coming into Highguard off the street. Okay. It's a percent of a percent of a percent of people who boot up their PlayStation or their PC for the first time and go, oh, Highguard, I've never played a game before. Let me try this. That is not how that shit works. Yeah, sex does sell and they know it. That's why they did it. Look at all the women in the First Descendant. Hell, look at the guys in the First Descendant. I'm not a connoisseur of men because I'm straight. But, you know, all the women in the game are freaking amazing to look at. All the outfits that they got and all that. They know what they're doing. Of course they don't like the First Descendant. It's because there's no ugly women in it. But that's what it is, guys. Is that you have to give people a hook to get them out of what they're doing, because they invest time and they invest life. Our most finite source on this planet is time. We're all here for a limited amount of time. And we can't take it with us. So when my time comes. Sorry, Dragon Quest 28 or whatever they're going to be on, or Final Fantasy 64, I won't be able to play them. Because I won't be here for it. So, time is our most valuable asset, our most finite resource. You need to give gamers a reason to forego what they've invested their time in to adopt your game. And when you're talking about something like Marvel Rivals, Marvel has a huge fan base, especially when it's done correctly. you're gonna have to work harder than High Guard. Sorry. It's just simple facts. Again, that would be my first question. Let's make High Guard. Cool. How are you going to get people to put down Marvel Rivals and pick up High Guard? And I guarantee you that question was never asked in that developer. No one in the higher up of that development staff ever asked, how are we going to get people to put down Marvel Rivals? How are we going to get people to put down Overwatch and come play our game? Because it's the question they couldn't answer. They had no answer to that question, and it's obvious, and it screams they didn't have the answer to that question. But you have to give people a hook. You have to give people a reason to get off the game, and it's not like. The thing is that gaming this is an aspect of gaming that's so much different than it was when I worked in gaming last. The fact of the matter is that this game I'm playing right now has a beginning and it has an end. Once I'm done with it, once we're done with it on stream, I'm gonna put it on my shelf and maybe we'll play it again in 2 or 3, 4 years. I don't know, but it's going back on the shelf, and I'm gonna put something else in, and we're gonna play that. That's how gaming has worked for a long time. Is that the way that you market yourself is you market yourself along the same lines as you would your competitive games. Hell, Sony sold the original Wild Arms. The original marketing for it was, do you need a game to play until Final Fantasy VII comes out? Here's Wild Arms. No shit. I remember that. But that's a game with a beginning and an end to it. These shooters, these live service games, these MMOs don't have that. They don't have an ending to them. So they need you to be there in perpetuity. They need you to sign in every day, every couple of days, every week, and spend money on skins and spend money on things. They have to have you do that. And they had to know, they didn't have to know. They apparently did not know that you just can't put something out and expect people to show up and play it. If you don't give them a reason to play it in a game like that, where it's a total time sink, what are you offering? What does the First Ascendant offer? It offers hot ass girls, and it offers hot ass outfits that you can put those girls in. That's what it offers. That's how it takes away from other games like it. What does High Guard offer that they can't get out of Marvel Rivals or Overwatch? And the answer is nothing. Well, what could a Concord offer that they weren't getting in Marvel Rivals or Overwatch? Nothing. They had nothing new to offer. They had no hook. They had no idea how they were going to compete. All they knew was they were going to put out a game, and they expected people to flock to it. And no one's asking the right questions right now in these studios. Why are we making it, and how are you going to get people to play it? How are you going to get people to invest their time in that over our competitors? If you're dealing with an online game, if you're dealing with an offline game, like I said, Dragon Quest here, Square knows this game has limited shelf life. They know it has limited life on people's PlayStation hard drives. People will play it. They might replay it once or twice. They really like it. Completely understandable. But they're not going to. It's not in competition for time with Overwatch or Fortnite or anything like that. They know that once people are done with this, they'll move on to another game. They hope to have another Dragon Quest or something on the shelf, a Final Fantasy or something on the shelf to get you interested in it, in those games as well. But they don't have anything that's going to knock your socks off. I'm sorry, I misspoke there. They're not. It's not the same thing as having something there to take time away from these free-to-play powerhouse games. Yeah, because girls like to look hot. Of course they do. Find me a woman who's never put on a pair of jeans and then turned around in front of a mirror to see how good her ass looks in them. Find me a woman that's never done that. It doesn't exist. Women like to look hot. Guys like to look at hot women. And girls like to look at hot guys. I got no problem with them doing half-naked hot guys in First Ascendant either. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I don't give a shit. I just still stand by the point that you have to give someone a reason to play your game, and when it's something like that, and if you don't have something that's going to get people's attention, like hot women do, cool. Then what are you gonna do? I mean, Marvel Rivals. What did they do? Look at how good the Scarlet Witch looks. Look at the Invisible Girl, Invisible Woman. Look at how good Rogue looks. Look at Emma Frost. Look at how hot these chicks are. And guys and girls flock to it. Now, not all games are for everybody, Alucard. You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink. Speaking of which, it is time for me to medicate the dog. Give me 1 second to get him all medicated. I'll be back in just a second, guys. Don't anyone go anywhere. He just needs to be medicated. You want a treat? Let's get a treat. I'm back, everybody. Welcome back. Come on, Whisk. You want to come up here? Yeah, you probably do, because you know what happens. Your stomach tells time very well. Come on. Come on, Whisk. Whiskey. Come on. Come on. There you go. Good boy. Good boy. Yeah, it's whiskey time. Yeah, you can only make people do so much, Alucard. That's the thing, is that, you know, you could tell them, and the thing is that there are games like that where I've done that, where I've turned my nose up at them, and then I go back and play them later. I'm like, shit, why didn't I play this earlier? First God of War is a great example. Desi will be coming home. She's not here yet. I don't know why he ran in there. He must have saw something. But, oh gosh, 63, 24. She'll be happy. The only thing I can go into is the reason why she's happy is because there's someone at her work, someone that she works with that is in a position of power that did not belong there. Couldn't handle the pressure. And made everyone's life around that person miserable, and they're leaving the company. Their last day is Friday, so she's very happy about that because it's one of those people that made her life a living hell. It really does, Alucard. I'm glad I'm playing this because for those who don't know, I own Dragon Warrior 7 on the PlayStation. It's right, I have it right over there. I never really got into it. I played it a couple of times and never really could get into the game. Now, of course, it came out during a time period during, you know, the Final Fantasy VIIs and your Lunars and things like that, and Dragon Quest is a lot of things, but flashy is not one of them. And it just never really struck a nerve with me. And now I love these. I do. I love old school comfort blanket. This is a can of Campbell's chicken noodle soup, as far as I'm concerned. Map design, yeah. There's a level up. Maribel's 97 now. She's gonna get the 99 for everybody else. All right. 94, 95, 97. Hopefully we'll stand more of a chance against those big bads. This game looks nothing like Link's Awakening remake. Where the hell are they getting that shit from? It does look great. It's very well animated. It's very, I mean, just the way that they took care of it is, it's a sentiment to how much they love the game. I'm cool with it. You see Toriyama's artwork. It's animated well. It moves well. It looks like an episode of a show that he would have personally drawn all the artwork for. I don't see the issue, quite frankly. I don't see where they're getting it confused. Mervin's got one to go. We'll go try the battles again after this. But you can tell they really cared about the game. That's the thing, is when they do remakes like this. I'm generally against complete, remasters. I'm usually against, but depending on what it is. The remakes, I'm not usually for anyway, but when they put love into it and they actually did remake it and gave a lot of quality and life improvements and made it look better, a lot better, and gave it, some fun features to it like this has, I don't have a problem with this whatsoever. If you're going to remake a game, this is the way to do it. Now, if they release this game now, and then the day the PlayStation 6 comes out, they release a remaster of it, I'll be like, whoa, okay, now that's a bit much. That sucks. Don't ever do that. Even though that was the practice for a very long time. Don't believe me? Check out the Xbox 360 launch lineup and find the amount of games that were actually just the games that were released on the PlayStation 2 and Xbox, and were just kind of spit shined and remastered for it. Okay. Let's see if we get any better here. Probably not.
Blade of ultimate power.
910.
Blasted.
Good God. And that gets bigger and nastier as we move on.
Blade of ultimate power. Did not lose it.
Not entirely certain how much stronger I gotta be to take him down in 25 turns.
I'm not joking around.
And that wasn't worth the investment of magic either. Oh, killed Aisha too. Oh no. Did not expect that to happen. I don't know if I did that in time, though. 27 turns, so I got something for it. I have a feeling if I get a couple of those aura things, the peps, I think I'll be okay. Yeah, I saw that about Steam Decks, that they're not even going to plan on producing some of the other ones after a while. Like, now, once they sell out of a certain kind, they're never going to restock them.
Magic dust!
So I'm not going to bother healing this time. I'm just going to do as much damage as I can with no healing and see if that'll work. In fact, Mirabelle might be the wrong choice to have in the party for this.
Blade of ultimate power!
Yep. No, I got a Steam Deck. I'm not using it. Yeah, that's right, Whisk. I kind of expected this is fine, because we're looking for... Oh, I wasn't looking for that. Damn. Oh my god, you did send that to me. Yeah, that's not... It didn't work. Didn't work out the way I wanted it to. Guess we're not strong enough yet. They made a Muppet of Tim Curry. Was that from Muppet Treasure Island? Yeah, that's what I thought. Muppet Treasure Island. Once again, another movie that Tim Curry is a complete boss in. Say what you want to about some of the quality of the films he was in. No, they weren't bad because of his performance. How did, I wonder how the Muppet Show did. Desi and I watched it, despite Seth Rogen being there, and it being him being Seth Rogen. We didn't think it was bad. It was a pretty good show. The funny thing is that I really, up until, gosh, probably the last couple of months, I had no idea who Sabrina Carpenter even was. But now she's everywhere for some reason. Well, we all know why. That's true, they won't. 3 lives, no continues. Go back to start. Do not pass go. Do not collect 200 gold coins. Get your ass back and start the hell over. They just don't make games like that anymore, and when they do, there's always save states or rewinds or whatever. What I see the other day, some kid was playing a Nintendo game, an NES game on the Switch, and had done something where he died, and he tried to back it up so he could, you know, back up so long so he could not make the same mistake. Well, what he did was the complete wrong thing, so no matter the backup only goes so far. He couldn't correct himself from the backup, and he was pissed because he's like, these why don't these games allow you to back up and start, start to? It's like, because they weren't made for that. Really? That's her aunt? Really? Well, that's not why I think that she's famous. She's famous because, well, first of all, she can sing. Second of all, she is stunning to look at. And third of all, I don't know who does her makeup, but her makeup is always immaculate. Whoever puts it on, there's not one part of it that is done incorrectly. So there you go. I didn't know Nancy Cartwright was her aunt. I didn't know that. But you know what's funny is like we were watching American Idol last night, and there was a kid on there that goes up on American Idol, try out for American Idol, and his dad is a country singer that's got albums. The Luke Bryan, who's on the is that Luke Bryan? I can't remember if that's Luke Bryan or whoever that is. He's on the dais of judges, and he goes, "Well, I know who your dad is." His dad's right there. He goes, "I know who your dad is." It's like, this is, and I looked at Desi, if his dad is a famous country singer, why is he on American Idol? Why doesn't he give a call to his agent and say, my kid's pretty damn good. Can we get him in front of an executive? You know what I mean? It's just, I realize nepotism runs all over the place, and nepo babies are everywhere, but something tells me that if I was any good at singing, you had a famous relative, I would give them a call and say, "Hey, can I just sit down with your agent and at least show them what I can do and see if maybe there's some there, Then if he wanted to do it on his own, then he wouldn't have brought his dad. If he wanted to do it on his own, his dad wouldn't have been there. He'd have snuck off and not said, "I'm going to Nashville to do American Idol." He wouldn't. But his dad was right there with him. Now, I don't want to make it sound like his dad was this huge star, but when a guy on the panel goes, "Hey, I know you," that tells me something, that it's not just nobody. And he got a ticket, so he's going to Hollywood and all that good shit. But of course he's talented. But I just makes me wonder why he would be on American Idol. It could be for the ratings, could be right. But to me, it's just that if I were an up and coming singer, I wanted to be a singer, and one of my relatives was a singer. To me, that's called an inroad there. You are correct, Alucard. Grizzled is correct, and Grizzled is correct too. Doing it on your own, not wanting to live off of your last name. That's the whole Nick Cage thing. Nick Cage. The only reason Nick Cage is Nick Cage is actually Nick Coppola, but he didn't want to cash in on the Coppola name. He didn't want to live like that and get parts because of it, so he went to being Nick Cage. So I do get that. It just makes me wonder, if you're gonna go do it on your own, then cool. Why'd you take your dad? That's just my idea. This is just what I'm saying. Is that if you're trying to do it on your own, I respect that. But why'd you take your dad? Well, quite honestly, I think a lot of the time, the Nepo baby thing, are there people out there that have talent because of their famous parents that have talent as well? Yeah, absolutely. It happens all day long. But there are also times where someone's a Nepo baby and what they're doing is they're taking a spot away from somebody else that might be a better choice or a better fit. You know, when The Rock came up as a wrestler, and Vince was shoving him down everybody's throat because he was the first third-generation star. People were chewing him up and spitting him out. People thought The Rock was taken away from other wrestlers that could have been good. Now, we didn't know how good The Rock was going to end up being. If you look at The Rock in his first year of wrestling and what he ended up being after that, it's night and day, complete night and day. But he was a Nepo baby. His daughter is a Nepo baby, and she just left WWE. Are they really? Well, are they steelbooks? Can Amazon leak mine? That would be nice. I mean, it's coming out next week, so I'm sure there's copies in the wild. Traditionally, when I worked for the Evil Empire, we would get our games a week early. So if a game was coming out next Tuesday, a week from today, I would have it today. So, say it's someone who's working at Walmart or Best Buy or GameStop that already has access to the copies. It's only a week. If this were a month ago, I'd be shocked, but not a week. You're right, they're not supposed to break street date. Did they put up a receipt saying they bought it? Then they didn't buy it. It's somebody, seriously, it's somebody who works at GameStop or Best Buy or Walmart or Target that they got them in and they are taking their copy home. At GameStop, it wasn't hard to do it. I did it all the time. Wasn't supposed to do it. They tell you not supposed to do it. Did it anyway. That way I would know if a game that I was really interested in was any good before. So when people would ask me, "Is it any good?" I'd say, "Hey, yeah, it's actually pretty good." But I couldn't officially ring myself up for it until the release day. So that part is true. I had beaten Batman Arkham Asylum days before it officially came out. I do remember that. Leprechaun's coming back on VHS. Do people... Did I fall into a coma? Vinyl made a comeback and now VHS is as well? And how pissed off is Jennifer Aniston at that? Jennifer Aniston doesn't even talk about that movie. She wants it buried out in the desert somewhere. And if you look at it as some of the covers of the DVDs and such that have come out since, because that's her back too. I didn't know that. If you look at a lot of the DVDs and such of Leprechaun that have come out, she's the prominent figure on the cover, and she's she's not the main character by far. So it's just physical media is coming back. That's good. Same thing as with, there's a movie, I think it's called Love Potion Number 9. I only remember this because of the weird DVD case it was in. I had a copy of it in my hand, and a very strange DVD case. It was almost like a jewel case, almost. And it is not Jennifer Aniston. Sandra Bullock. It was Sandra Bullock is in the movie, and if you the covers of the DVDs and such, it's like Sandra Bullock. Nobody else is in the movie, just Sandra Bullock. But it was before she was the star that she ended up becoming. That's going to piss off all these media companies. Yeah, I know it's big in retro gaming right now, and it should be. It's like we've been saying, guys, if game companies don't protect, if they don't preserve and protect their offerings, we're going to do it for them. And they're not going to like how we do it. That one I don't get. CRT TVs. Of course, something I should probably do is hook up an old bastard to this TV and see how it looks. The only thing I would miss the CRT for is the light gun stuff. For those who are not aware how it works, I do have some light gun games. I have a really good one here called Elemental Gearbolt. It's probably worth quite a bit of money that I really like. And I have Virtual Cop and House of the Dead and games like that. The CRTs are all curved. At least they were mostly curved. And the old light gun games all had they took into consideration the games about the curvature of the TV when shooting at the screen, because we didn't have flat panels back then. It was all curved. Well, now if you try to play one of those games on a flat panel, there's no curvature, so you never can aim properly, from what I understand. Yeah, oh, that's what they were made for. One of these weekends I'll try to plug up like my Super Nintendo or my Sega Saturn to this TV and see how it looks. Although I played the Super Nintendo stuff on my old 4K TV and it looked fine, so I don't know why it wouldn't look okay. But light gun games you would be screwed with. I guess I never noticed that. But I love it when they take stuff like the Final Fantasy Pixel remasters and just redefine those for high definition and add cool stuff to them. Like the spell effects and the orchestrated music. I had a guy here the other day talking about that and how he was looking for classic games that he could play, and I had mentioned the Pixel remasters, and he goes, "Yeah, I saw those. But to me, it was too expensive for games that are that old." I'm going, if you buy the package, you get 6 games for $50. That's not. They're not overcharging you. Yeah, I don't care for the scan lines. Even when I'm playing games, even like old classic arcade, they give you the CRT filter. I don't need to see that. Just let me play it in high def. I'm old. Maybe I'm just spoiled that way, but I spent enough money on this TV that I want to use it. I want to use it for everything. Of course, to properly get one of those things hooked up to this bastard, I'm gonna have to find my high definition boxes. You know, you don't spend what I spent on this TV just so I can go, oh, I want to play Nintendo on an old 24-inch black and white television. No, I really don't. The funny thing is, going around and slashing stuff like this makes me want to play Dragon Quest Heroes. So like I was telling Yarny earlier, I think that's what I'm going to do next, is play Dragon Quest Heroes. Should be fun. Yes, it should be fun, boys. Yeah, the bloodstain stuff, they're doing that to get people, Yeah, I've been missing everybody's stream lately, and I need to get back on that. But today I made myself some tuna fish sandwiches, and before I knew it, it was time to get back on stream, so. Yo, Yarny was here earlier, and I told the story as what happened with my health problem, which I hadn't told anybody on stream before, so if anyone wants to know why I was having the problems that I had, I explained it all. No. Ocarina will probably be voted as the greatest Zelda game ever. I mean, the best Zelda game ever, but it's not my favorite. Many do. Not my favorite, though. It's one of the best, but I would play A Link to the Past. A Link to the Past is my favorite. Link to the Past is by far my favorite Zelda game. I do like Ocarina of Time. I like it quite a bit. It is a very good game, but it is not perfect. The water dungeon. That water dungeon is pretty brutal. And I know they up the controls better for the with the Switch. I should probably try to play it to see if they, because I tried to play GoldenEye. That's right, buddy. High five. I tried to play GoldenEye on the Switch, and that is a pile of donkey dicks. I don't know if it's because they're trying to keep the controls as close to the GameCube as not GameCube, the N64 as possible. I don't know what it is, but I tried to play it, and that is a GoldenEye on the Switch is, if you're gonna release it, update the controls so it's easier to play. Like I said, that game is not fun. But I would put Ocarina, if you're doing best Zelda games, Ocarina is definitely top 2 or 3, absolutely. But for me, it'll always be below A Link to the Past. A Link to the Past is my favorite. Now I got someone about to hit level 99. It's going to be Mirabelle. There she goes. Level 99. But trust me on that, guys. That's how it works. Gotta have to sit there and think about it. Because Zelda's one of the original Zelda is one of those games that I wore out. To this day, most of my playthroughs when I play Zelda, I can do it quickly, and I do it pretty much the same way. Because it's how I remember doing it as a Ute. There's a level up for her. Better just to get rough in there and take out Maribel, take out the Dragon Lord. Try that tomorrow, maybe. 'Cause we're still gonna do shit tomorrow. I know, Wiz. That's what I'm saying. $98 for Enigma now. He's at 844. Looks like we're not going to get close to 1,000 hit points. Aisha stands a chance because we've given her every seed that I've got. I've managed to run across. Which is all fine and good. That's why her defense is through the roof. But even with the next 6 levels up, she's not going to get... That's not going to get her to 1,000. Might get her to like 930, 940, but it's not going to get her to 1,000. Mervin's going to get to 97 too. It's a lot of bad guys. Walk right by it. Say we've gotten a lot of stuff done today in this game. I'm very happy that we managed to get the best sword and the best shield. Erdrick's armor and helmet are apparently not in this game, from what I've seen. Let's go ahead and do this. Let's mute this and head up here. So guys, we've gotten to the end of today's streams. I'm going to go ahead and shove off. I got to get the dog out, and I need to go get something for dinner. I don't know what we're doing for dinner yet. Oops. She might be wanting to celebrate, though, so we'll see. If you have not done so yet, please follow me, Twitch, Twitter, Kick, and Rumble. Subscription on YouTube would be great as well. If you're on YouTube, if you're on Rumble, smash that like button. Comment, let people know that I'm here. I do reply to comments. So definitely, you know, if you say something nice anyway, it'd be great. It's all free. I'm not asking you to spend any money unless you want to. If you want to support the channel directly, you can go check out my Fourth Wall store. I have a Fourth Wall store. You can find things like stickers. You can find things like my water bottle. You can find hats, t-shirts, coffee mugs, rocks glasses, magnets, like I said, stickers. I got stuff over there for days, so go check that out. Anything you get there goes to support me and the channel directly to help me continue to improve and get better equipment for what I'm doing. I'll be back tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. I have no plans on anything being different tomorrow. Today I was a few minutes late because I was on the phone, but tomorrow will be back to normal, all right? So I'll see everybody tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. Thank you, Grizzled, for being here. Thank Alucard for being here. Thank Giarni for being here. and thank Uncle Martin for his raid. Thank all you guys for being here. I do really appreciate it, okay? So I will see you guys tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Standard Time. Have a great night, and I will see you tomorrow. Thank you.